All right, all. We're back again with the day 3 of the America's Cup Final. We have a bunch of Champions Challenge races here, actually, slash out of comps. These first sets of 500s aren't going to count for the overall AmCup at all, but they decided to add some out of comp. Seemed like there was a need for some skaters to get some extra races in, so we've added some of these 500 meters. So up first, we have William Gabauer and Yuta Hirose from Japan. We're actually starting with our fastest seeded athletes today, and then going to the slower seeded athletes. They're doing so many pairs in a row that they wanted the fresher ice for the faster skaters, just safety wise. So 988 for Yuta, Will Gabauer 1046. Down the home stretch, 35-27, 36-81 for Will. So now pair two, Herb Arbison on the inner, on the outer lane, Tanner Worley. And we have a false start. So false start will be assigned to both skaters, actually. Um, oh, and it looks to me like they both have white armbands on. Tanner just took his off quick. And he's going to get a red one, so there's an interesting call. Do believe you get a warning at each competition. But Tanner might be out of warnings, I think. Although this is an out of comp, so I don't think it matters too much. Because I believe he forgot his transponders yesterday. So now if someone jumps again, either skater, they'd be disqualified. Disconnected, reconnecting. What does that mean? $36.63 for Herb. $35.97 for Tanner. Unfortunately, it looks like we have a single here. Just with Zach Stoppelmore on the outer. No Sabian Tinson in this race, which is really unfortunate. Zach through in 10:19. Down the backstretch, getting instructions from Ryan Shimabukuro, his coach. And Zach through in a 35:47. Another nice lap there. 25:28. I think if he can get that opener a little bit better, then he's, in that 4:34 range. If I can be Captain Obvious there for a second. So up next, Austin Carlson with a personal 37.79. He's on the inner. Ethan Sepran with a personal 37.01. Ethan was kind enough to join us yesterday for the distance races and add some commentary. I know he very much wants to get under 37 seconds here. His teammate Casey Dawson did it yesterday, and now it's Ethan Sepran's turn. And he's through in 10.65. He'll get the chase here. Down the stretch we come. It looks like it's going to be just out of that range again. 37.39. For Austin, 37.62, and that's a personal best. So another one for Austin Carlson, who continues to chip away at his PBs. Very nice. So a great pair coming up here next. Augie Herman, pair 5 on the inner, personal best of 36.96. On the outer, Stephen Muir, 37.56 for his personal best. Are we having some sound issues again? Well, we're off. And 10.66 for Augie, 10.70 for Stephen. I'll see the one comment with the sound. It looks good on my end for once, so if anyone else is having problems, let me know. Maybe we can try some things again. And through in 37.68 for Augie, 37.71 for Stephen Muir. Stephen just off his personal there, 1,500ths off. Up next, pair 6, Brian Ballard on the inner with a personal best of 37.36. On the outer, Victor da Silva, João Victor da Silva from Brazil with a personal of 37.03. Thanks for the feedback on the sound. Good to see you guys tuning in again. Hopefully no computer crashes today. And false start. As I mentioned earlier, now the next person that would do a false start would be disqualified. just got word that some of these PBs, possibly that I was talking about, haven't been updated since some of the Friday results. So I might have misspoken on a couple, but either way, even before then, they're at least getting PBs from before the weekend or faster than what they had done before the weekend. So, all right, we're back at the line. Lard with a really nice start, gets on those inners really well. Right back into that push like you want to do in your openers. 10-18, great opener. 10-9-2 for Da Silva. Brian had a 37.08, so he's clearly trying to get that 36. And 37.19. So just off what he did on Friday, which was a 37.08. Either way, two good skates for him. Up next, we have a mixed pair. Sarah Warren on the inner, Mark Withigan on the outer. Mark on Friday went a 38.39 for his personal best. And I believe Sarah was, just off the top of my head, a 38.5. So she has slowly been fighting her way back into those mid 38s this season, continuing to improve throughout the year. I'm sure she's looking to get close to her personal best, which is a 38.24. So Sarah has a slight lead here. 10.96. Mark a 10.98. And through in a 38.61 for Mark. Sarah with a 39.10. So up next, pair 8 on the inner, Matthew Psalm. On the outer, Vicky Rodriguez. Matt with a personal, well, let's see, last week, or Friday, I should say, said his personal. Let me quick look that up. So I know he had a huge personal best. 37.62. And his previous had been a 38.2. So huge personal on Friday. I'm sure he's looking to chip away again at that now. Oh, false start. Taking a quick look at the pressure here. It looks like 29.98 for our air pressure. See if that's falling. I think there's supposed to be some weather coming in, which would lower the pressure. And that usually makes the conditions here faster and faster. believe it or not. I'm actually kind of surprised with what a difference it makes. And Matt threw in 10.67, Vicky in 10.99. Matt saw him with the dash program. You can see their head coach, Dave Cruikshank, there, handing out the opening time for Vicky. Mitch Whitmore with the Utah Olympic Oval Fast program. And Matt is through in a 38.11. Vicky was a 39.29. And up next, pair 9 on the inner, Nathaniel Beveridge against Andrew Love on the outer lane. And we're off. Clean start this time. Nathaniel had a 38.17 on Friday. 10.73 opener. And 38.39, so just off. 40.34 for Andrew Love. Andrew was actually 2/10 faster there, or just about 2/10. He went 40.5 on Friday. So I think he'll be happy with that race. I know he's trying to tackle that 40-second barrier here this season. So up next, on the inner, Aiden Meacham. And on the outer, William Silk. A couple of guys that have been on our junior development team. I know Will was our junior development skater of the year. Not this year, but the year before. Aiden was in that position this year. Both guys having tremendous seasons. And we're off. There's definitely two of the bright spots in the future U.S. speed skating right here. Really looking forward to what these guys can do. Bring a good positive energy always to the rink, and just so happen to have some good speed skating talent too. So the future is bright for these two guys. And Will through in a 39.54, Aiden in a 39.90. Just off their personals there. I think both of those guys are maybe specializing a little bit longer distances, but decent 500s there. I think it's important to kind of work on all aspects of your skating. There's definitely something to be learned from the technical side of doing a sprint race and how to apply pressure in the best way possible, and then, you know, turning that into a more efficient technique for your distance races. So just kind of having that bandwidth of how to perform the movements out here is good for these guys. So up next, Sebastian Guzman Bitar from Spain with Blair Cruikshank on the outer. Found out yesterday, I think it was from Cooper, that said Sebastian is a inline champion. And Blair, one of our top neo sprinters, did the Junior World Cup, or said, sorry, Neo Senior World Cup in Insel, Germany this year. Won a medal there, which was great to see. Part of the Dash program out of Milwaukee as well. And she is giving him a run. You can see he's maybe not quite comfortable on the ice yet, but definitely throwing in the strokes. And 39.04 for him. That's a personal best. And Blair, another personal best as well, 39.42. Very nice. That's how you want to end your season right there. Be the last race of the year. I'm not sure if they're going up to Calgary for the oval finale or not, but that very well might be their last race of the year. So that's how you want to end it. Up next, pair 12 on the inner, Max Weber out of Midway, Minnesota, and Krista Rand Evans on the outer. Max, a junior C2, has been tearing it up in that division this year. And Krista with a personal best of 39.19, which is a pretty darn good time. Oh. Some stumbles there from Max. Probably cost him a little bit of speed. 10.75, Krista 11.18. Oh, another slip. I don't know what's going on there. If he's just over pushing or if something's messed up with his blade potentially. Maybe lost an edge. Let's see how he does down this straight. And through in 38.37. Equaled his personal best from Friday. Krista 39.98. That's pretty good to equal your personal with those two big slips. Now we have pair 13 on the inner, Nathan Lee. On the outer, Alan Sy. These guys set some personals on Friday as well. Let's see here. What did Alan do? Oh, Alan was just off, so 40.12. Nathan Lee did get a personal, 39.42. Nathan through 10.63. Alan 11.00. Good skate by Nathan there. Look, he was good and patient there with his pushes, not rushing too much. You know, the instinct always in speed skating is to turn it into running because you just want to move your legs, but that's not always the fastest way to get down the ice. Nathan Lee, 38.84. Another big personal best. Allen with a 40.2. Close to his. Okay, pair 14. Ederlopes Moras And on the outer, Zachary Jensen. So Eder from Brazil and Zachary from the Midway Speed Skating Club in Minnesota. I believe both guys got personals too. Yeah, Eder with a 39.75 on Friday. Where's Zach here in these results? Zach 39.39, almost a full second PB on Friday. So nice race for him. Probably instantly went from wanting to get into the 39s to now I want to go 38. 11:02 for Zach, 11:22 for Eder. Zach with a nice chase down the backstretch. And through in 39.20. That's a personal best. Very nice. Great work from Zachary there. Wow. Continuing to knock down that time. So now pair 15 on the inner lane from the Midway Speed Skating Club, Caden Barber. And on the outer, the master, Dan Carney, who I know got a personal best on Friday as well. Probably wasn't his cleanest race, if I remember correctly, but if he cleans things up here, I'm sure he'll get another personal best. It's a good start here. $10.88 for Dan. $11.48 for Caden. Hopefully we don't have any crossover problems here. So just going right around the outside. That's good. Good work by Dan. Into this final corner. Oh, a little off the blocks there. Still the skating looks clean. Oh, just under 40, 39.97. Caden with a 42.11. Yeah, I wonder if that kind of going on the outside played with his corner set up there a little bit. You know, didn't have that normal line into the corner that he would normally like to have. And then, yeah, got a little bit off the blocks there on that last inner. So up next, Mark Yanagihara on the inner, Thalia Staley on the outer. We're off. I know Thalia set a personal on Friday. See if she can get close to that again or better that. Mark through an 11.58. Thalia an 11.95. On that last corner. Mark had a 42.50 on Friday and goes 42.07 today. Very nice. Glad to see he got a pair as well. I know he was up here earlier. Heard that his previous pair had scratched. I told him he was out of luck, but maybe the referees had heard about the pair early enough that they were able to make the switch already. I wasn't aware about it, so good to see that he got a pair actually. And when I say out of luck, generally the referees talk about a 45-minute window before we need to know before we can change the pairs. So when he realized that it was inside that window, but otherwise, yeah, the referees will try to realign the pairs so everyone gets a pair if possible. So who do we have next? Pair 17 on the inner, Anna Quinn against Patrick Cossell. Anna through in 11:30, Patrick in 11:34. So close race here. And Anna through in a 40:28. Patrick a 41:39. So I think both of those just off their PBs. Solid races though. Now on to pair 18 on the inner, Carl Schob, son of ISU international referee, vice president of U.S. speed skating, Susan Sandvig Schob. A long family history there. I know Susan's father was also heavily involved with U.S. speed skating, USISA, ASU. I don't know what all the terms were back in the day, but he was a leader in U.S. speed skating for quite a few years and a leader in the Minnesota area. So we're off. Carl with an 11.50, Libby with an 11.78. Libby on our junior world team this year out of Colorado Springs, a figure skating convert. Really making great strides this year. And again, I kind of keep talking about this with some of the newbies, but just need some time to get more and more comfortable on the ice and to allow the athlete to come out in her on the ice here. So Libby 41.52, Carl 41.57. I believe that's a personal best for Carl, unless he beat that Friday. Oh no, he set a personal Friday, 41.47, so just off of that. Still a solid race there. So pair 19 now, Natasha Gakovic against Larissa Pace from Brazil. This is pair 19 out of 31 pairs. And driving for that 100 line here. Natasha in 11.98 gets under 12. Larissa 12.42. Again, need to be patient down this backstretch. Really make sure we regroup everything. Get our body weight down through that skate blade. It's also important to make sure that skate blade's going the proper direction when you apply pressure. If it's pointing out too much, it just kind of runs away from you, and it's hard to really build pressure to shoot yourself forward. Natasha 42.33, Larissa 43.94. So just off their personals there. Now up next, Ryan Olenek, a B2, and Natalia Valencia from Colombia. Ryan's been skating great this year. I think I referenced this yesterday too, but was really impressed with his distance racing last at the U.S. Championships and U.S. Junior Championships. So excited to see how he continues to progress here in the next couple of years for his junior career. Could be one of those guys that starts eyeing the junior world team here in the next couple of years. And Natalie went through in 11:69, Ryan in 11:85. See Mitch Whitmore on the backstretch there, along with Steve Penland. I believe Steve is helping Ryan, or coaching Ryan. Should be a good little drag race here down this last 100. Let's see if Ryan can close the gap. And Natalia 42:16, Ryan 42:32. Now pair 21 out of 31. Shruti Kotwal from India and Kyler DeGroot, a junior C1. So a young gun here. They're off. Shruti with the early lead here. 11:97. Kyler with a 12:32. Kyler will get the chase down the backstretch now. And Shruti threw it in a 42:13. Kyler with a 44:11. And that is a personal for him. Very nicely done. So now pair 22, Orion Gatrell on the inner and Gavin Ord on the outer. So we have one of the men in the Masters competition as well in Orion in the 35 and over division. And Gavin Ord, a junior B1. And we're off. Ryan through an 11:50. Gavin in a 12:49. All right, let's see if we can get some good, powerful skating down this backstretch. At this point, you're at your highest speed, so really you're just trying to maintain it as best you can. And Orion through 43.40. Gavin 44.12. Okay, pair 23 now. On the inner, Edward Nagel, and on the outer, Isabella Vargas Rodriguez from Colombia. Both B1s. So B1 essentially means 15 years old. They might have turned 16 at this point, but essentially how it goes is C1, C2 is 13, 14, B1, B2, 15, 16, A1, A2, 17, 18. It's like Edward has the midway suit on, working with the tall man in the white vest there on the backstretch, slender man, Stephen Hartman, their head coach. And Isabella works with Mitch Whitmore from the Utah Olympic Oval. Isabella trying to close it on him. Will she get there? Not quite. 42.89 for Edward. Isabella 42.95. So 600ths. Good work from that pair. So up next now, pair 24, Ben Rayner on the inner against David Provad, a Youth A. Ben Rayner, a B2. Ben, I see Ben out here doing lots of training on his own. I think he's based here in Salt Lake City, but been putting a lot of work in this year. I haven't met David yet, but good to see him. He looks like he's got his short track gear on, so obviously probably spends most of his time doing short track, but good to see him out here, giving it a whirl on the big track, and definitely a nice skater. You can see some good potential there with that technique, and at some point if he wants to make the commitment to do some more long track, he can invest in some equipment for long track as well. But doing pretty darn good here. So Ben through 43.81, David in a 44.63. That's a personal for David. I heard John McLennan had just announced. So up next, Sky Gramlich Thatcher on the inner and Selena Sue on the outer. And Selena through in 12.46. Sky in a 13:56. Selena had a really nice 3K yesterday, too. Definitely stood out to me. And in through that inner. Pretty close to the blocks. Thank you, Selena. And Sky through the outer. And down the home stretch, Selena threw in a 44.93. New personal best there. Sky threw in a 53.11. We've got a good group of young girls in this Utah Olympic Oval club, and I know Sky's one of them, and a few others. So it's pretty exciting to see these young girls coming up, and I know Shawnee Davis has been helping a few of them as well. So some exciting things I think here at the Utah Olympic Oval was a few of these female skaters. So up next, Sebastian Epperson on the inner, James Bradshaw on the outer. We have a Youth A on the inner and a B2 on the outer. A little hesitation there, it looked like from James off the line. Not sure what was going on there. But now he's into his rhythm. $13.2 for Sebastian, $13.0 for James. James catching up there and passing on the inside. And good strong finish here. 47.84. Sebastian, 50.04. Okay, now pair 27 on the inner here. Tristan Boyd from Colorado Springs with Bruce Connor in the Masters 65 and older division. Bruce, an excellent athlete. After these 500s, we'll be taking a 20-minute resurface break, and then we'll go into our AmCup 1500-meter races. And at the end of the day, we're going to end with the elimination mass start races. I'm anticipating Jordan Stoll's going to do the 1500 meter here and try to break the junior world record, is my understanding. At least that's what he has set as his target. Close race here. Bruce just ahead at 12:55. Tristan 12:57. Bruce will get the chase here down the backstretch. Let's see if he can bring him in. Looks like they're staying pretty even down that backstretch. Bruce coming up on the inside. Looks like maybe a slight lead. Oh, it's very close. And, I think Tristan's going to just barely get him. 44.51. Bruce, 44.59. Great race there. Personal best for Tristan Boyd. Nice work, Tristan. Okay, pair 28. Tristan Epperson on the inner, Ezra Mangum on the outer. Got some of our young little whippersnappers here. These braces are always fun to watch. Not sure what the holdup is here. Okay, here we go. And we're off. $14.31 for Tristan. Ezra, $15.45. There we go. Working on his technique there, you can tell. Staying low. Now get on those blocks. Good work. Little bit off the blocks there, but that's okay. And down the home stretch we come. Keep those pushes to the side. Very nicely done. 57.90. Come on, Ezra, all the way through. Very nice. 108.16. New personal best for Ezra. Very good work. Now on to pair 29, Nicholas DeBach and Anders Ord, both in the youth division, Youth C and Youth B for Anders. And we are off. And now we got really kind of settle in and transition into good skating here. Good, powerful skating. 13.66 for Nicholas, 13.39 for Anders. See, we might be a little close on this crossover here. Let's see how they handle it. The outer lane has the right of way. So look like Anders is going over the top there. So no big issues. And through that last inner, keeping a good rhythm there. As mentioned earlier, you're at your top speed at this point, so you just want to make sure you keep that good sit. You don't want to come up and create any more wind resistance at this point. It's also obviously going to help those pushes be longer, keep power applied to the ice for a longer period of time. So Nicholas 57.15, Anders 51.64. Little high five there on the backstretch. Just coach Lindsay Woodbury. So our second to last pair here before we take a break. Mariana Acero Pineda from Colombia and Judith Smouter from the USA. And we're off. So I recently learned that Judith is from my home state of Michigan. And I know yesterday watching her skate, you could clearly tell that she had some skating experience. Um, but yeah, I guess went to Michigan State University, competed at the World University Games. And at least the article that I read last night, met her husband there and ended up training in the Netherlands for a while. Was on our national team, I think, in the early to mid 70s. But yeah, you could definitely tell right away she had some high level skating experience just based on the way that she skates. So good to see her out here in our Masters Championship. Coming through in 52.11 and Marina 52.82. And up next will be our final pair, pair 31, Jessica Gomez from Colombia and Emma DeBach on the outer from USA. Oh, and it looks like there is no Jessica Gomez. I know yesterday she didn't show up as well. So looks like it'll just be Emma on her own. It's always kind of a bummer to show up to the line and not have a pair, but also allows you to just focus on yourself. And here comes Emma. Through in a 13-13. Nice work. Good first corner there. Now settle down, get as low as you can here. Make sure those pushes are going right to the side. Nice work, Emma. Get a little bit more on those blocks. Save yourself some time right there. And she is through in a 48.01. New personal best. Very nice. That was a good skate. So we're going to take about a 20-minute break here now. Let me just figure out when we're going to restart. Put that up there, and we'll be back in a bit. At 9:50, I believe I just heard. All right, we'll see you guys in 20 minutes. All right. I think we will be starting here in a minute with our 1500 meters. Women will have 12 pairs. And again, yeah, we mentioned this earlier. Jessica Gomez is a no-show today. So Barb Johnson will skate alone. Barb in our Masters division. Another absolute technician out there. I know it is fun to watch. I've seen her race some of the younger kids before at times, and just to see how smooth and technical she is, and some of the novice kids coming up, scrapping away next to her. It's really kind of fun to watch that contrast of someone that knows what she's doing versus someone learning what they're doing. Barb through in a 39.43. Coming up on our bell lap now. Having here for a personal of 2:29.03. Quick check when that is from. 2019, October 27th. So a few years ago. See how close she can get to that. And like I've mentioned with some of the other top skaters, I think Barb falls in this category. Looks the same from beginning to end. Locks into that same position, keeps the same weight transfer, keeps the same rhythm. And you see that a lot from the top guys and girls. You can't tell the difference between lap one and lap whatever it is at the end. So up next on the inner, Judith Smouter, and on the outer, Kathy Feinberg, both competing in our Masters divisions. Looks like we've got Lindsay Woodbury in the backstretch helping them out. There is Judith, as I mentioned earlier, out of Michigan, competitor in the World University Games, I think 1974, I believe. And Judith is through in a 35.74. Kathy, 36.88. Great race here. Judith threw in a 42.02. Kathy a little bit faster with a 41.36. That's with 2 to go. You can see Judith getting the good chase now. It looked like she was building that outer, trying to set up a draft for herself. She really attacked that corner, it looked like to me. Let's see if Kathy can respond. Coming up on 1 lap to go. Bell lap. And Judith through in a 42.79. A nice lap there. Kathy with a 44.05. Judith again looks like she's building that corner. Concerted effort there to build that corner, and nice and relaxed here down this straightaway. And both women staying technical, it looks to me. Kathy bringing both arms down. Gonna have a good, strong finish here. And Judith through 2:45.17. Kathy 2:48.20. Great race there. So up next, pair 3 on the inner, Batolga from Mongolia and Selena on the outer. Personal best here for Batolga, 2:16.50, and for Selena, a 2:18.64. And we are off. Again, that's Batulga there on the inner and Selena there on the outer. So generally for these 1500s, kind of a basic tactical approach is, open pretty darn hard. I mean, you're not going to go all out in that 300, but, 85, 90%. Get up to speed, and then this first lap is really a technical lap where you're trying to just maintain that speed that you worked really hard to build, but be as technical and as efficient as possible. And then here, as they're coming up to 2 to go, I would tell my athletes we're going to really build this corner hard. They're going to do 2 really hard corner builds here because this is a very, very critical lap to maintain speed. You can see a lot of people will have some pretty big fades there from lap 1 to 2, and we really need to keep that to a minimum there. So we'd be building this corner as hard as we can. I think also too, like the 1500 is intimidating. That it's a very long sprint race. So now with last lap, to me, it's all about maintaining that position. So you're going to stay down and just keep those pushes right to the side. This is where we see athletes starting to get forward on their toes. They come up out of their position. The pushes start going backwards. And you kind of have a snowball effect of errors there. So if you can just maintain that position, that's going to help a lot with keeping that last lap as fast as possible. I know the instinct is to just start throwing in pushes too because you're tired, but A lot of things with speed skating are counterintuitive. So being able to just stay down and apply good smooth pressure ultimately is faster than turning over strokes. So 210, huge personal best there for Batuga. And Selena Sue under her personal best as well. So 218.20 out of 410th personal there. So very well done, ladies. Up next, pair 4, Leah Choi, a C2 with a personal of 217.84. On the outer, Avery Hayes, a C1 with a personal best of 219.80. Mentioned there's that opener. We want to be aggressive but efficient here as well. Get up to that top speed or our 1500-meter pace. And then we're going to immediately just settle into good technical skating here. And I have a really good, efficient first lap here. You know, you don't want to relax too much. Sometimes when you say, oh, technical, efficient lap, people relax a little bit too much and dump some speed, but we really want to notice that we're maintaining speed at this point. Good corner there. So coming up on 2 to go, as I mentioned before, I think this is the critical lap here. Really need to attack here. And quite frankly, you need to be brave. They're probably already feeling some good lactic acid. And, you start questioning yourself at this point. So if you have that plan to be aggressive with 2 to go, I think that really helps you focus on something other than the burn in your legs. Thanks, Joe Myers, in the chat. Appreciate that. So again, here we're trying to maintain position. Stay down. Don't make those errors by coming up and leaning forward and having those pushes go back. Obviously, it's easier to say than to do. But it's also, it takes some experience to just trust yourself there to do something that, in a way, almost feels slower than if I just rush and throw strokes in, I'm going to get there. It's very counterintuitive. Leah Choi through 219.13. Avery through 224.13. All right, pair 5. Ella Teeples on the inner, a C1. So that's the 13-year-old division. The personal best of 215.85. And on the outer lane, Natalia Valencia from Colombia with a personal best of 213.80. Ella Teeples, one of that group of young women that's skating at the Oval Club here. Really excited to see what they do. Continuing to develop in the club. Some of them working with Shawnee Davis a little bit. Really exciting to see how they're going to progress. I hope they're having a blast out there. I mean, at least from my outside perspective, it looks like they got a good little social network where they have fun together. So that's also a big piece of speed skating and growing up and doing this sport is the social aspect, making friends, Obviously, most of them want to beat each other, but they, can be friends afterwards. That was the great part of my skating experience as well. As obviously wanted to kick some butt and beat all my friends, but uh, it was nice. I felt like we did a good job of kind of leaving it at the rink and being friends again afterwards. So Ella threw in a 29.16 there. Natalia a 27.89. And coming up on that critical 2 to go. Ella will hopefully get a little bit of a chase here now. And 1 to go. Ella really coming back on her now with a 34.19 lap. Natalia 35.92. Skating strong, Ella Teeples. Her personal is a 2:15.85. Maintaining good technique through the line there. 2:11.03. Great race from her. Natalia, a 2:15.16, a 4-second personal for Ella Teeples. That was impressive finish there, the way that she continued to just stride it out instead of rushing, throwing in strokes. So was very mature for a C1 skater to do that. That is not the normal instinct. Don't worry, Ella, I'm not calling you weird. But I'm just saying, that's a little different. So up next, pair 6, Esther Withigan from the Netherlands against Nazi Radulovic on the outer. Nazi a B2 and Esther an A1. Esther, I believe, is the sister of Mark Withigan, who's also competing here. Trained here all year with the FAST program. So nice that she's been able to come over here, visit her brother, and get some racing in. And unfortunately, it looks like Esther did not start, so it's just Nazi, which is a bummer. It's always a little bit of a letdown when your pair doesn't show up. Nazi with a personal of 2:14.31. Through in a 29.39. And coming up to that critical lap, 2 to go here. So she's through in a 33.24. Let's see how close she can maintain that lap with coming up on 1 to go. We definitely want to keep it under a 2-second drop here. Maybe a little bit over 1 would be a really great second lap. Let's see where she ends up here. So from a 33.24, we're going to come through in a 35.61. Maybe a little bit bigger a drop than I would have liked to have seen there, but Let's see how she finishes here. Looked like she had a really good corner build on that last corner. She's got both arms down now. So this is looking really good. Let's see if she can maintain this from lap 2 to 3. 35.61 was her last lap and looks really strong here. Again, keeping with the skating, so really like to see that. Oh, what a great last lap. 36.25. Okay, so a little bit of a different race profile than what I was talking about, but clearly had some legs left for that last lap. Very nice work, Nazi. I think that was it just off her personal, I think? So here we are, pair 7 out of 12. We have Libby Williams, junior world team member, an A1 with a personal of 2:10.46, with Marley Soldan on the outer lane, a B1 with a personal best of 2:09.50. Both of these girls competed at the Junior Worlds in Insel, Germany this last February. Both almost came away with medals. Marley Soldan won a medal in the team pursuit. Libby had a medal until the team was disqualified for a safety infraction with the ankle guards. Excuse me. Which was super unfortunate, but it happens on all levels. So hopefully you just make sure that that kind of thing doesn't happen again. But through 28.46 for Libby, 28.53 for Soldan. So again, just maintaining speed now. Wanting to make sure that they have enough fuel in the tank for these last 2 laps. So again, this is the interesting part here. These last 2 laps. Libby through 31.89. Marley just a little faster, 31.79. Let's see how close they can keep lap 1 and lap 2. Really want to maintain speed. Sorry, forgot to switch to that camera. Okay, looks like Marley is starting to pull away a little bit here. So went from a 31 to a 33.4. Good, that's under 2 seconds. Libby was a little bit over 2 seconds at a 35.18. So now we need to just stay down and skate. Use that technique. Careful not to start running here. Great second lap for Marley. Let's see what Libby has left in the tank. Looks like Marley's really maintaining her skating and her speed and through in a 2:08.09. Big personal best there. Libby through in a 2:14.01. So great job, Marley. Libby just kind of ran out of gas there a little bit, but you know, sometimes these races at the end of the year are tough after you have a big high of a junior world championships, and that was been your main goal the whole year. So the races after sometimes are kind of tough to mentally get up for. Not saying that's necessarily what happened there, but I know you can see it with some people. It's just hard to get refocused and put out that kind of world championship effort that you did just a few weeks ago. So pair 8 next. On the inner, Natasha Gakovic with a personal best of 2:12.84. On the outer, Isabella Vargas Rodriguez from Colombia, a B1, and her personal is 2:11.39. So hopefully we have a good race here. And we're off. I'm going to get up to speed, aggressive but efficient here. Really use this first corner to build your speed. And Natasha, 28.52. Isabella, 28.48. Want to just establish your rhythm now. Lock that position in. You know, say to yourself, I've locked this position. I am not moving from it now for the rest of the entire race. So Isabella through in a 31.39. Natasha, 33.21. Now we've got our tester lap coming up. Let's see how close they can maintain that. Try to keep this under a 2-second drop here. And Isabella through in a 34.68. A little bigger than I would have wanted to see. And Natasha, 36.98. That too, a little bit bigger of a drop there. So all of this, you know, hopefully is just learning experiences of where to deliver your energy expenditure. And you can continue to fine tune with your coach and yourself what the appropriate times are. Sometimes it is difficult too if you're coming from sea level, or especially if you're coming from an outdoor track, of what it's going to feel like, what the times are going to relate to. So it can be a little bit trickier there. Isabella, 2:11.49, just off her personal. 2:17.76 for Natasha. So pair 9. To me, I'm only seeing one person there. Supposed to be Rebecca Simmons on the inner, and it looks like she's there. And Larissa Pace from Brazil on the outer, but I don't see her there right now. So this might end up just being a single. So indeed, it is just a single. Rebecca with a personal of 2:05.35. 29.00 for this opener. Hey, through in 31.24. So let's see how she does on this tester lap here. I do think the 50 and 100 is one of the more interesting races. Just kind of combines a lot of different elements here, so it's fun to see the sprint combination, how they can do it tactically. So we went from a 31-24. Did we keep within 2 seconds? We did. 32-96. Nice work, Rebecca. Now let's maintain that skating. Good work there. She's 5/10 ahead of Marley Soldan at this point. I know Marley did have a good lap, but Rebecca is certainly capable of a good, strong last lap as well. And through in 2:07.85. She does it, so she takes the lead with a 34.65 last lap. Good work, Rebecca. All right, pair 10 on the inner, Vicky Rodriguez from Argentina with a personal of 2:07.09. And on the outer, Piper Eady, a A1 junior, with a personal best of 2:07.79. So I'm really curious to see how Piper skates this race. She's a member of our junior world team, and as I mentioned in previous days, I think has really done a nice job of improving her technique this year. Been working with Coach Mike Whitty. He's a great coach out of Milwaukee, very knowledgeable, and you can see the work that he's done with Piper through this year. So this is an interesting race because I think Piper likes to skate with power and skate with aggression, but she needs to really combine that with her technique that she's worked on this year. So let's see how well she can combine those different elements and produce a result here. So coming through in 27.48, Vicky with a 26.36. So I did anticipate Vicky would start aggressively, and it's I think up to Piper to just stay within her own element, not react too much to what Vicky is doing, and then try to just slowly reel her in here on these last 2 laps. So Vicky threw in a 30.58, Piper in a 31.98. Okay, now it's time to build, Piper. When I really hammer both of these corners here, you see Piper is getting a chase. I think if Piper maintains her composure and her skating here, she's going to make a really good tight race out of this. See her, she's starting to come up on Vicky now. So Vicky with the 34.5, Piper with a 33.3. That's good, kept that under a 2-second drop. And now she's going to get the final chase. Vicky looks to be really slowing here. And here comes Piper on the inside. Again, this is where we really need to just maintain that position. Keep the skating. Keep those pushes to the side. I know it hurts like heck. And through in a 2:07.67, a personal best with a finishing lap time of 34.83. Very well executed race. Congrats to Piper and her coach, Mike Whitty. And that takes some learning. So, you know, that's some feedback and experience from racing, but also feedback from your coach that gets you to race a profile like that. So great job to both of them, because that's not something that usually occurs just naturally. So pair 11 on the inner here, Krista Rand Evans with a personal best of 2:04.21 against Anna Quinn on the outer with a personal best of 2:05.12. Should be a pretty good race here. And then we have one more pair after this with 2 of our junior world team athletes, Greta Myers on the inner and Thalia Stali on the outer in the next pair. Good aggressive build there by Krista. Now, if I'm Anna, I know Krista's going to open hard, so I'm trying to just keep my composure, skate my race, similar to what Piper did that last race. Don't overreact to someone starting aggressively. You skate your race and then trust yourself that in those last couple of laps you're going to be able to make up that distance, hopefully. So Krista comes through in a 9.8, 29.83. Anna with a 30.42. So we need a big corner build here, 2 big corner builds to maintain that speed. Really challenge yourself to stay aggressive here, especially when you got quite a distance to go. It's very demanding to keep pressing. But I think you can see Anna here with another nice corner build there. Starting to come up on Krista now. So let's see how well we maintain these laps. Krista with a pretty big drop there, 33.84. So almost, what is that, 3.5 seconds. Anna stayed a little closer, just over a 2-second drop. And then now you can see that speed maintenance really coming through here. Anna coming up on the inside. Stay down, keep those pushes to the side. Anna driving to the line. And a personal best for Anna Quinn. Very nice job. 2:05.12 was her previous. 2:04.3 is what she just went. So great job there. High five from Coach Whitmore on the backstretch. And that there is another well executed race. Really maintained that last lap there. 33.74. So good work there to Coach Mitch and Anna. Starting to dial in that race profile. And sometimes you just want to go for it too, and that's all right too. I think especially for some of these juniors, they never know how fast they're going to go because from month to month they're knocking off so much time when they're younger. It's not always terrible to just go out there and test yourself, see if you can hang on. But I think as you start to get more on that international level, and these tenths are mattering for placements more and more, you need to be dialed in and disciplined on your tactical race profile. So last pair, Greta Myers on the inner, silver medalist at the Junior World Championships, which is just absolutely amazing, with a personal best of 158.11 against Dahlia Staley on the outer at a personal best of 2:04.82. Believe Greta is our junior record holder in this distance with a 158.11. So if she breaks her personal, she breaks the U.S. record for juniors here. I think Greta's another one of these that's really improved her technique. Almost, sometimes you don't always just see it through the season, but I know when I joined them in Germany after trials, she was just skating so much lower than what she had done before and looked so much more dynamic. And she said, "Oh yeah, I've been trying to just ever since U.S. Championships, just crank it down, be as low as possible, skating with power, and you can just see it." So 28.77 for that lap, 2.7 seconds ahead already at this point. So let's see if she can keep it to like a mid 30-second lap here. I think that would be amazing. And that's going to put her right on pace for a big PB. Still maintaining that position until she's getting a little tight, a little tighter. 30.3. Great lap there. That's what we wanted to see. Now just keep that position, Greta, that you've been working on and fighting for, training for. And let's see if we can't see a U.S. record here. This big, long last outer. Again, you got to fight all those instincts to just overskate it. This is going to be a good race. Get there. 56, 57. Ow! Just off. Just off. Little bit too much of a fade that last lap. 32.87, so a 2.5 fade there. But a great race by Greta Myers. Thalia Stally comes through 2:07.42. Really nice race though there. Just off the record, her own record. But she's one too, Greta, that just, needs to continue to get more comfortable. I think especially through the corners. She has so much strength that if she can get a little bit more of those comfort out of those corners, just be relaxed a little bit more. I mean, she is just going to be incredible in the years to come. So, and some of that just takes time. So we should be on a little break now, and we're going to come back for the men's 1500 meters. Let me see if I can find a restart time here. 10:51 for our next set of races. So we'll take a little break, and I'll see you guys back there then. All right, here we go. Men's 1500 meter. Let me bring these pairs up. First pair, Jens Johansson on the inner in the 50 and over division, and Yul Archuleta in the 50 and over division in our Masters Championship here. And openers 2903, 2801 for Yule. And Yule through in 31:56. Jens 32:37. So let's see what we can get here in this second lap. See if the older guys can show the youngsters what good pacing looks like. Looks like Yule's tightening up there a little bit. Yule, I also know, runs his own roofing business here with his brother here in Salt Lake City. Trains here at the Utah Olympic Oval. Used to train almost every day. We'd see Yule and Boris Lykin out here, and unfortunately, Boris passed away last year or 2 years ago in just really tragic way. And I know they were really close friends and training buddies, so kind of sad every time I see Yule out here by himself without Boris. But coming down here to the finish, and Jens with a strong comeback there. 2:10.96. Yule with 2:11.22. Jens made up 1.6 seconds on that last lap. So great job, Jens. Way to kick it in. Up next now, pair 2, David Pravad versus Sebastian Guzman Batar from Spain. Neither of these guys have PBs listed, so it's maybe the first time that they're doing this race. And we're off. Guzman, an inline skater, trying out ice here with some flashy gold skates, I must say. David out here giving it a whirl on the big track with his short track equipment on. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't notice those boots earlier, man. Those are straight up gold. Showing some good control here. I know I thought he was a little wild in that 500 meter, but showing some good pacing and good control here. Here comes David through the line in a 36.83. Can only imagine that big outer is tough in those short track skates, but that's all right. Glad to see him out here and at least giving it a try. And if he enjoys the time trial aspect, then I'm sure he can invest in some long track specific equipment. But here comes Guzman. Having a nice race. Board says 22:11 for that lap time, but I'm quite sure that's wrong. That'd be a world record lap. Oh, could be that he didn't switch lanes, actually. I see he's got his outer armband on, so he should be finishing on the inner, and he just finished on the outer, so likely going to be a disqualification there, unfortunately. Yeah, and here's David. He's got his white armband on, started on the inner, and is finishing on the outer, which is where he should have finished. So somewhere we didn't cross lanes. That's too bad. You hate to put that kind of effort in and then get disqualified. So up next, Bruce Connor on the inner in our Masters 65 and older division. On the outer, Nathan Lee, a Neo 2. Bruce with a personal 159.41. Nathan with a 206.85. Nathan, a really nice looking skater here. I haven't seen him before, but good flow, good smooth skater there. Nathan threw in a 26.11. Bruce 30.24. There's Bruce on the outer. Good smooth stroke himself there. Now Nathan threw in a 30.5 into that critical second lap. Let's see if he can keep that within 2-second drop. Bruce threw in a 33.69. See how close Nathan can keep this. 30.57 to 33.0. So 2.5, a little bigger than you'd want to see. Bruce through to a 36.14. That too, a little bit bigger drop than we'd want to see, but let's see how they're pacing it. Maybe they have more left here for this last lap. Nathan looking strong there. See how close he can keep it. From a 33 to, let's see what we get here. A 34.1. So a nice last lap. Kept that one closer there. 2:03.89, a very nice time. It's a big 3-second personal for him. Bruce through in 2:18.51, 38.4. So kept that lap 2 to 3 a little bit closer than 1 to 2. Good work. So up next is pair 4 out of 24 total pairs. I believe we're going to do 12 pairs and then take a break. and resurface, and then do the last 12. I know to finish things off, we have a great pair in Augie Herman and Jordan Stolz. Rumor has it that Jordan Stolz is doing this race to try to break the junior world record. That sounds like what's his name again? I can't remember. Oh, Alan Johansson has the current world record for juniors. And from my understanding, he was giving Jordan a hard time that he still had the record. So Jordan switched his flight and decided to come here and race to try to break that record. So let's see if he can get it. But up next on the inner, Patrick Cosell, a B1 with a personal of 2:18.07. On the outer, Gary Groen in our Masters competition, a personal best of 2:30.84, and he's in our 75 and over division. So having a great weekend out here as part of this Masters Championships. There's Gary. Patrick coming through, 27.37. And Gary through in 39.04. Ooh, little awkward corner set up there for Patrick. Put back into his skating. And let's see what Patrick comes through with. 32.74. Gary through this inner. See, Patrick was going to probably have Gary in his sights here soon. 2 arms down. Seems a little aggressive this early in the race. And I know sometimes, too, when you drop that second arm, when you're tired, it can throw off your skating. But he does look like he's maintaining his position pretty darn well. So I wouldn't say it's thrown him off too much. And Patrick with a 35.3. So a little bit of a bigger drop than we wanted to see there. Coming up on Gary. And Gary keeping that rhythm going through that outer. Very nicely done. And Patrick is going to come through in a 2:12.08. A massive personal best. 2:18.0 was his personal before that. Way to go, Patrick. 6-second personal best. That's pretty darn cool. And Gary now finishing up. See, Gary there has the red armband on, which means you started in the outer lane and always for the 1500, as we learned earlier. If you start on the outer in the 15, you'll end on the inner. A lot of people like that position to start on the outer lane, mainly because then you do get the last chase. If you have a close pair, you'll have a chase down that last backstretch, and you get to finish on the inner. So some people definitely think that that's, a minor advantage. I wouldn't say it's everything, but it is nice if you're really evenly matched to see that pair right in front of you on that last straightaway. So it can be a thing. That's helpful at times. Okay, pair 5 on the inner, Edward Nagel, a B1 with a personal of 2:37.38, with Orion Cottrell in our Masters division, 35 and over, with a personal best of 2:16.67. tell Orion from the Colorado Gold Club out of Colorado Springs. Tell that by the black and gold suit. Edward out of the Midway Speed Skating Club. Having a great weekend as well. Edward, 28.51. Orion, 28.43. And Orion over the top there. The outer lane always has the right of way on the back stretch. There is some responsibility for both parties to switch lanes in an appropriate fashion, but the person coming from outer going to inner always has the right of way because technically they are ahead at that point in the race. See Patrick Wetland back there, a legendary short track skater, and did some long track as well. U.S. speed skating, a long-time elite athlete as well as elite level coach. Another one of these just kind of key players in U.S. speed skating where, you kind of almost have that one magic man or magic woman that just makes things happen for the clubs and development, and he's definitely one of those guys. I mean, it really is amazing the success of U.S. speed skating. We continue to find and develop athletes, and it's really a tribute to some of these speed skating alumnus, these coaches that are giving back to the sport that allow these athletes to come up and become elite level competitors. So Orion with a 2:13.64, a nice personal best there, 3 seconds. So congrats to him and Coach Wetland. There's the high five on the backstretch. Very nice. That is a really nice PB. 3 seconds. Wow. And then, Edward, meanwhile, sets a 13-second personal. So not to be outdone is Edward. Very great job there. Congrats to him and his coach, Stephen Hartman. But as I was saying, we just have a whole host of these special coaches out there like Pat and several others that just kind of, man, without them, with such a small organization, I think where we would be. But these guys continue to bring out the best in athletes and make them competitive on the international level. So tribute to them. All right, pair 6 on the inner here. Bruce Anderson. On the outer, Nathan Feinberg. Both of these competitors are in our Masters Open Championship. Bruce through in 30.87. Nathan in a 33.20. Also, thank you to our camera operators. We've had several volunteers step up to run the cameras throughout the weekend. It can get a little boring, I'd say. And also, especially for parents that are here watching or friends and family, it takes away, I think, a little bit when you're running the camera. You're so focused on trying to just keep people in frame and do a nice job with the camera that you don't get to see your loved ones race, or at least you don't focus as well. I know I always hated it with coaching. If I was filming, I'd film the athlete and they're like, "Oh, what do you think?" And I'm like, "Well, mostly I was just trying to keep you in frame." So I was barely watching the skating. Oh shoot, a fall on the inside. That is a bummer. Went off the ice onto the warm-up area. Looks to be okay though. He's getting back out on the ice. Here comes Nathan through in a 40.95. And here comes Bruce getting right back out there. Look at this. Back into the inner lane after going off the ice completely into like the heat box warm-up area. Completely off the ice, back on and out to finish his race. That is pretty cool. And Nathan finishing up now. And Nathan through 2:34.32. And here comes Bruce after a fall off the ice, finishing up. There you go. All you little whippersnappers out there. This guy's in the 55 and older division, fell, crashed, went off the ice, got back up, and finished his race. Great job, Bruce. Hopefully he's okay. Seemed like he was. That's tough to do, though, when you're that far in the race, to get back up with your legs just burning. You lose all your coordination. But hats off to him for getting up and finishing. All right, next, pair 7, Gavin Ord on the inner lane. Gavin's a B1 with a personal best of 2:15.70. Ben Rayner, a B2 with a personal best of 2:13.50. Both guys skate here at the Utah Olympic Oval. Should be a good pair, I think. Ben, a little off those blocks. Get up on there. Ben, 28.15. Nice opener. 29.38 by Gavin. Ben's looking good here. Really striding it out. Very nicely done. Mentioned before, we want the first lap to be a very technical, efficient lap. Don't lose all that speed and waste all that hard work you just put in to get up to speed by relaxing too much. You also don't want to be tight, though. It's always a balancing act here in this 1,500 meter on energy expenditure. I like what Ben's doing, though. Look, he's getting a really good line with each of his pushes there. You can see him trying for that to line up that body weight to get down into the push. Very nice work there. Gavin with a nice rhythm. Ben through in a 34.81, just over 2-second drop there. Gavin a 35.66. Let's see who has the last lap here. Gavin's getting some chase. But Ben will be going to that inner. You can see the red armband. Started on the outer, finishing on the inner. Again, being very nice and technical there, not over pushing or rushing it. And this looks to be like a huge personal best. And it is 2:11.28. 2-second personal best. Way to go, Ben. Killer race. Gavin through in a 2:18.24. Man, Ben, very well executed race. You could see, to me, he just looked focused on good quality skating that whole way and maintained it all through laps 2 and 3. So good work. That's tough to do. A little ice repair here. Got one of our referees there, and I believe that's Eric Stali, the father of Thalia. volunteering his time to help out with blocks and obviously helping out with ice repairs as well. Super appreciative to him and all these other volunteers out here. Not much gets done as far as competitions go without volunteers, that's for sure. Quite frankly, nothing gets done without our volunteers. Usually these take anywhere between 3 to 5 minutes, depending on if there's multiple wounds in the ice. So what they'll do right now, I'm imagining what he's doing is usually they have a slush bucket with some slush and some water. They'll fill that in. Sometimes it's a puck they'll use. Sometimes it's another leveling device to kind of smash it in there, level it out. They'll get the squeegee, smooth it out, and then they'll come in with this canister here and blast it with some CO2 and just freeze it up before the next competitors go out. Sometimes it's tough when you're ready to do your next race and you have to wait, but I mean, at least we're at the Utah Olympic Oval where it's relatively warm inside most of the time, so I know some of these ice delays, especially if you're racing outdoors, be tough. You can see her blast the ice now, freeze it up. That's Lindsay Woodbury, one of the coaches, helping out with the ice repair as well. Lindsay also works here at the Utah Olympic Oval, skates here at the Utah Olympic Oval, injured her back this year, unfortunately, so has kind of become the assistant coach for the Utah Olympic Oval fast team while she's on the mend with her injury. But as you can tell, doing a little bit of everything. So here we're going to have a single. Caden Barber originally was in this pairing but has withdrawn. And so we have Tristan Boyd out of the Colorado Gold Club. And I think I just met Tristan this year, but I think he could be a really good skater moving forward. Looking forward to getting to know him more. It's really just a nice group out of Colorado. Great parents. As Alex mentioned, yeah, the speed skating family. That's for sure. Tristan through 30:07. So at 33:0 comes our big test again. Can we keep this drop within 2 seconds? Looks like the same rhythm he had the first lap, so I like seeing that. Sometimes you can just use that as a tool to just lock into your pacing there. I've also found just focus on rhythm can really help smooth things out. It helps relax things too. But everyone kind of has their own little cues. I'm sure Pat has something for Tristan as well that he kind of tries to key in on. Right into that inner. So yeah, 34:59. So good 1.5 second drop there. That's nice. Keeping it under that 2 second drop. Let's see what he can come through with here. And 36:42. So kept that under 2 seconds as well. With a 2:14.11, just a little bit off his personal best. Okay. Coming at 28.92 for Matt. 28.58 for Ryan Olenek. We got disconnected there for a second. Yeah, something's going on with the Wi-Fi here. Let's see here. Hopefully it'll kick back in here in a second. All right, yeah, we're getting some of our Wi-Fi back. Hi. Hi, nice to meet you. Are you leaving?
No, I'm gonna stick around for awards.
Oh, okay.
I got a 6:55 flight, so.
Okay, I'll come down and say hi too. Nice to meet you.
Same here.
Yeah. That was Judith Smoter. I know we were talking about her in some of the races from Michigan, and an old elite skater from 1970s. Kicking butt, honestly. You can tell just an absolute technician out there. But okay, back to our race here. Ryan Olenek, 33.0 on that lap. Matt Trimble, 34.3. And down through the finish. 2:07.33. Nice personal best there. Matt Trimble, 2:12.45. Having some really random internet going in and out, but hopefully that will stabilize here soon. It's not one thing, it's another. Hopefully that last race wasn't too choppy, so that was a good one. So up next, pair 10, Andrew Love on the inner in our Masters competition this weekend against Calvin M., a junior B1. This should be a good race. Calvin is a great skater. Wow, 26.20. Andrew, 27.67. Oops, sorry, I forgot to switch there. See, Andrew with the two arms up. He knows he needs to conserve energy on this first lap. Boy, I really like how Calvin skates. Really nice skating there. He's through in a 31.1. Andrew with a 31.9. Nice lap for him as well. Going with the two arms up on the backstretch was Andrew the last lap. Let's see what he does here. Okay, keeping an arm down this time. Oh, arm back up. Okay. Still trying to be efficient there. Andrew known more for his top end power and sprinting ability. So this is probably stretching his physiological capabilities to do a 1500 meter, but great to see him out there. No, I think he did a 3000 in Minnesota as well. So the guy is not afraid to go out there and race even things that maybe aren't in his wheelhouse. And through the finish, 2:06.32. Nice personal best there, and Andrew Love, 2:11.10. Great races from both guys, I think. Coach Mike Whitty, I think, is filling in for Coach Lee from Puget Sound, covering his guys here. While Coach Lee is back at home. So thanks to Coach Whitty for jumping in and helping these youngsters. All right, here we go. Pair 11, Mark Yanagihara in the Masters Division, 45 and over. And Zachary Jensen, a junior A, with a personal best of 206.63. Mark, a former great wrestler. He has some cool old stories too of playing and I was lucky enough to meet some of the USA Wrestling coaches for some of the coaching education things I did, and it was fun to catch up with Mark, who knew a lot of these guys as well. So competed on a very, very high level in wrestling. But he's one of these good guys too. Everyone enjoys seeing out at the rink. Always got a high five waiting for you or a fist bump. So just one of these good quality guys that just, you're grateful to have him involved in the sport and just what he brings to the atmosphere of the Oval too. So great to see him out here doing battle, trying to chase down these youngsters. Hey, Zach Jensen coming through. 29.37. Mark in a 30.94. Well, let's see what they have saved up for lap 2 here. Zach through. Gonna drop here a little bit over 2 seconds. Right around there. Mark 33.1. Zach with the 2 arms down now, giving everything he's got. Zach, I think a former baseball player, high-level baseball player, making the switch to speed skating. He's one of these guys too, doing some fundamentally good things. Just needs time on the ice to get comfortable and use that athletic ability. 2 flat. Holy cow, 2 flat 52. This is a high five on the backstretch coming for sure. Wow, a 6-second personal best. In a great race from Yanagihara as well. 2:07.72. That's got to be a season best. We'll see. I'm sure that'll pop up here on our results sheet soon and tell. But boy, those seem like 2 really, really solid races. Wow, that was a fun race. Okay, pair 12, Matthew Pelchet, a B1, personal best of 2:08.85, and Jeff Terwilliger in our Masters Division, 60 and over, 2:05.29. Two great skaters here. Matthew on the inner. We got the young junior versus the master. Man, unfortunately, we're having some internet issues again. I think during the break I'll try to switch some things around. I'm always just so scared to do anything with anything during races. But hopefully it's not affecting what you guys are watching too badly. So let's see what Matthew comes through with. 31.09. Jeff, 31.89. Hanging tough against the youngster. Very nice. Jeff's a great skater as well. Matthew's just kind of getting started in the sport here. He's a hockey transfer. Dad, an Olympic skater himself. But like I said, these races take some experience. I think the 1500 especially, trying to figure out that pacing is really, really tough. 33-32 for Matthew, 33-86 for Jeff. Keeping a good rhythm there, though. Looks strong through the finish. Jeff, too. You really putting power still into the ice, so it's looking to be a good finish here. Matthew through 2:05.82. That's a 3-second personal best. And Jeff with a 2:09.10. Very solid times there. You can see Matthew's happy about that. Going to give Coach Whitty a high five here. Oh, that's cool. Great job, guys. Oh, even getting a high five from Bonnie Blair. That's pretty darn cool. So up next, pair 14, Brian Ballard on the inner, personal best of 2:05.00. Oh wait, no, I'm on the wrong pair. Sorry. Nathaniel Beveridge, personal best of 2:03.37, and then on the outer, Dan Carney 2:04.56 as a personal best. $26.72, Nathaniel. $26.39, Nathaniel Dan Carney. Nathaniel through and a 29.70. Dan Carney and a 29.79. So we have a good race going on here. And through in 33.1 for Dan Carney, 33.4 for Nathaniel. So Dan a little bit faster in that lap. Dan also has a video podcast as well. Can't remember the exact name of it. I should look that up quick. But interviews some of our top level people right now. I know Ryan Simabakuro, our national team coach, is on there. I believe Jordan Stoles and some other of our legends. But Dan Carney, 2:05.63. Great race there. Nathaniel, 2:07.71. Okay, now we're going into our resurfacing break. Let's see when we're coming back here. Let's see here. What one? I'll wait for the announcement.
I got the reflector unless someone's already got them. Race is over, right?
And what are we at here? 11:56 restart time. All right. I'm going to play with this internet too, so if it conks out and I lose the whole thing, just check for another link. Unfortunately, I have to kind of recreate it, is what I've experienced so far, but hopefully no problems. See you guys in a little bit. All right, here we go. Pair 14. Brian Ballard on the inner. Personal best of 205.00 against Sammy Hart Gorman. A B2 on the outer, 203.37. Tell you, Brian's got a really nice start. Like how he got a good line there. Gets back into that push quickly without rushing necessarily, just a good line there. Really good starter. So through in a 26.15, Sammy Hart Gorman, 27.60. Got Dave Cruikshank on the backstretch and Mike Whitty for Sammy Hart Gorman, I believe. Giving them their split times. .04 for Brian, 30.93 for Sammy. Looked like a good build to me from Brian there. And continues to look strong there. Sammy as well, so kind of liking what I'm seeing here as far as the way that they're executing this race. Let's see what we come through. We can keep that to an under 2-second drop. Brian, 1.2 drop. Very nice. 31.24. Sammy at 32.05. Another nice small drop. Very good. Let's see what we get this last lap. See Brian starting to tighten up there a little bit. Got this big long last outer that's so critical to make sure those pushes are going the right direction here. Looks like he came a little bit out of his position. See Sammy trying to hunt him down. A little bit too far out in front is Brian though. And he'll come through in a 202.70. Huge personal best. From a 205 to a 202. Sammy just off of his. 203.37 was his personal, 203.79 there. So just barely off. Great race from Brian. Very well executed. Got a little tight there. You want to maintain that position at the end, but that's something that you can continue to work on in your training. And I know Brian's a pretty darn good sprinter too, so maybe the 15 is not necessarily one of his target races, but he sure did a nice job of executing there. On to pair 15. On the inner, Alan Sy, a Neo, first year Neo senior. This is his first year out of the junior ranks with a personal best of 205.06. Going against his teammate here, Max Weber, who is a junior C2 with a personal best of 159.16. Max through in a 25.76. Allen 26.04. Nice openers there. Max going to get a little chase here in a draft on the backstretch potentially. Good rhythm from Max there. 28.58, that's a nice lap. 29.73 for Allen, that's also a good lap. These guys are setting up to have some big personal bests here. Sorry about that. Max, make sure we get on those blocks here. Allen again too, one of these guys I think just needs some time to get more and more comfortable on the ice, doing some fundamental things really, really well with his position and his lines. Just a little bit more time to be able to put it into the ice the right way. 30:07 for Max Weber, so a nice second lap. 31:78 for Cy. A little tight there, you can tell, but staying down pretty well. I like this weight transfer here. Continuing to stride it through. Wow, 155.71. What a huge personal. 3.5 seconds there. Alan Cy, 2:02.08. Also a huge personal best. Wow, great races from those two midway skaters there. Good job there, Slender Man in the white vest. Their coach, Stephen Hartman. Sorry, Stephen. Maybe that's mean to call you Slender Man. But when your skaters are doing that well, you can take a little ribbing, I think. Okay, up next, pair 16, Aiden Meacham. Junior B1, personal 158.29. Against Mark Withigan from the Netherlands with a personal best of 158.07. $26.43 for Aiden. $25.82 for Mark. Okay, into our critical lap here. 28.78 for Mark. 0.2 behind Max Weber. 29.65 for Aiden. 1.7 behind Max. Max did have a good second lap as well. Let's see where they come across here with 1 to go. Well, we need to really maintain that sit. Don't come out of it. Mark with a 30.81, 1 second behind Max. Aiden Meacham, 30.6. It's about 2.2 behind Max Weber right now. See Aiden, both arms down. Trying to make a run at Mark Withigan here. He is fighting back. Can he get him down this last 100? This is good fight by Aiden. He's coming by him. Great job, Aiden. Good finish, 158.15. Personal best. What a fight to finish. Great job, Aiden. That was an impressive finish. 31.47 on that last lap. Way to bear down and get him. Great job, guys. That was a great pair. Pair 17, Matthew Salm on the inner. Personal best, 155.85. On the outer, Eder Moraes in the 35 and older Masters division out of Brazil with a personal best of 157.32. Oh, Eder's had some personal bests in previous days as well, so let's see what he can throw down here. And obviously Matthew Salm has been crushing it as he continues to get more and more comfortable on ice. You can see Matthew immediately down into a good low position there. Yeah, you can just tell he's getting more and more comfortable on ice. Be a good if he sticks with it for this next quad. I'd be curious to see what he can do. Coming into the Olympic trials and how far he'll be able to go. Great athletic ability. And into our critical lap. First lap, 27:61. 1.3 seconds in the lead ahead of Max Weber. 29:1 for Eder. He's about 1.3 behind Max. Now we really want to build these corners. Looks like Eder's trying to do that there. Good build. Now, stay down, Matt. Stay down. 2.2 ahead of Max. 29.2 lap. Good drop there. Keeping it under 2 seconds. Now it's just an absolute fight to maintain position, keep that speed going. And this is going to be a good personal best, I think. And yes, 154.61. 1.2 seconds under his personal best. Great job, Matthew. There we go. That's a high five on the backstretch. See you, man. Very nicely done. Boy, we're having some good races here. Okay, on to pair 18 on the inner. João da Silva from Brazil. Personal best 154.80 against Austin Carlson with a personal best of 154.33. Let's see if he can keep the dash streak going here with some PBs. Good, you can see Austin settling in now. We're going to look to just maintain that speed, be as economical as possible. Coach Crookshank, it's like telling him to stay level, stay down, building through that inner. Da Silva on the outer. See what he comes through in. 28.30. So 15 hundredths behind his teammate, Matt Somm. Into this critical lap. You can see him trying to apply himself here. We need a really big build on this outer. Keep that speed, keep those lap times close. And continue to be technical. Do not get away from it now. Keep that sit. 30.3. 1.2 seconds behind Matthew. Again, trying to get those lines. Very nice job getting that body weight onto each push. Can see him fighting for that. Both arms down. Trying to keep those pushes to the side, and he's through 156.25. And finishing up now, Da Silva, 2:11:51. So up next, pair 19. This should be a fun pair. We have on the inner William Silk, a B2 junior out of Butte, Montana. 154.31 for a personal best. Tommy Fitzgerald, a Neo 2 with a personal best of 153.34. He's originally from out east, but trains in Milwaukee with coach Mike Whitty. Will Silk, coached by his father, Dr. Dave Silk. And we're off. This should be a good battle. Both guys darn good 5K skaters. So this probably feels more like a sprint to both of these guys compared to some of the others. But again, both looking to get to that high level of speed and then maintain. Both have engines. So Tommy threw 24.85, an aggressive opener. Very nice. Our first 24. Half a second ahead of Psalm now. William Silk with a 25.78, just 0.4 off of Psalm. Guessing both guys have strong finishes, but we'll see. That seemed like an aggressive start from Tommy. Let's see how much it takes out of him here in these last two laps. So threw in a 27.2, Will in a 27.9. Both right on the leader. Tommy just 0.8 ahead, Will 0.7 behind. So in that range, I'd expect will finish very strong. And that's where this last lap, he's probably going to make up some time on Matt Psalm, but will it be enough? And you can see Will now chasing down Tommy. Tommy coming out of position just a little bit. Will Silk with a faster lap there. 29.17. Tommy with a 29.19. Now the chase is on. It's like Tommy's going to have just a little bit too much of a lead now. But will these guys end up first and second? Tommy charging through the line. 152.07. Huge personal best by Tommy Fitzgerald. Wow, 1.3. Will Silk with a big personal best, 153.73. His personal before was a 54.31. Great pair. Great to see these guys chasing and challenging each other to new levels. Exactly what you want to see. Great race, you guys. Both good last laps. 30.7 for Tommy. Will Silk 30.8. Hats off, Tommy. I thought you were going to fade a little bit more. I thought maybe that opener took too much out of you, but I appreciate being proven wrong. Now, pair 20. Shota Ichiba, a junior A2 from Japan. Personal best of 150.17 against Herbert Harbison with a personal best of 151.87. This could be an interesting pair. I'm not sure where Shota's personal best was set. Let me quick look. His personal is from Nagano, so that's a C level personal best. So I would expect he is trying to significantly lower what his personal is here, being at altitude. We'll see how the altitude affects that last lap, though. So both guys in the 24s showed a 24.02, our fastest opener yet, by 0.8. Herb with a good opener as well, 24.2. Shota with a 25.82, 2.2 ahead of Tommy at this point. Herb 26.93. He's about a second ahead of Tommy. So let's see what kind of drop we get here. Shota with a 5.8 first lap. Can you keep it under 2 seconds? Looking very technical still. And 8.2. Herb with a 30.6. Shota is 3.2 seconds ahead so far. See how well he can maintain this last lap. Sure, he wants to get under that 150 mark. He is going to do it. 149.06. We have a new leader. 31.0 on that last lap. Actually, Tommy had a little bit of a faster last lap, but Shota had put some time in the bank. So very nice to get under that 150 mark. All right, pair 21 coming up. We have Jonathan Cuck, who actually has the fastest seed time, or I should say not seed time, but personal best time out of the entire group. Faster than Emery Lehman, Ethan Sepran, Jonathan Tobon, Tanner Worley, Augie Horman, and also faster than the current world champion in the 1500 meter, Jordan Stolz. But Jonathan Cook is no longer a full-time athlete. I believe he works in California now and keeps himself fit, but then occasionally comes out for a race here and there. Jonathan also a silver medalist in the men's team pursuit at the 2010 Olympics, silver medalist in the World All-Around Championships, multiple time medalist at World Single Distances, I think bronze in the 5K and 10K. Heck of an athlete. One of our truly great skaters coming out of the U.S. for distance skating. And cool to see him out here mixing it up. I can't believe he can come out and just whip through those corners, to be honest, without practicing them on a regular basis, but that's probably why he's one of the great skaters. So 24.60 for Jonathan. Good opener. And he's through in a 26.78. Kellen 27.58. Cuck 1.54 behind Shota at this point. But I think that last lap in this section is where we're going to see him really start attacking Shota's time. At least the old Jonathan Cuck would have, who was skating on a regular basis. But he is still looking strong. 28.0, 1.3 behind Shota. I think there's definitely an opening hit for him here in this last lap. Shota faded to a 31.0. Let's see what Cuck can produce in this last lap. He's one of those guys that, boy, he would lock into that position and never let it go. Super strong down in that position. And he's going to be just off Shota. 149.92. 0.8 off of Shota. Made up about a half a second that last lap. And Kellen Dunphy with a nice race as well. 150.76. That's a personal best. So 2 solid races there. Kellen having a great year, getting personals in all his races, or at least the ones he's focused on. Okay, up next, pair 22, Tanner Worley with a personal best of 147.94 against Junior World Team member, gold medalist in the team sprint at Junior World Championships, Jonathan Tobon, who has a personal best of a 148.00. And we are off. See what kind of openers we get. Would have expected Tanner to be a little bit ahead here in this first 300, which it looks like he's going to be. Tanner has this great combination of speed and endurance. So 24.4 for that opener. John 24.6 right there with him. See John put the 2 arms up. That's become much more common, I'd say, over the last 10 years. Used to be a thing where you'd always swing an arm, but there's been a pretty good switch to both arms up through the 1500-meter races. So 26.5 for Jonathan, 26.7 for Tanner. Now comes our big lap. How well can they maintain this pace? See John really building out of that corner. Nicely done. And he is through in a 27.20. Great lap. Nice even lap. That's a good lap. Very well executed. Now it's on to just keeping that technique. John likes to get a little forward and push back. That looks pretty solid there with pushes to the side. Just maintain that sit and technique, and he is putting it on now. Does he have enough to pass up Shota? And he does. Personal best 147.28 for John Tobon, taking the lead from Shota by 1.79 seconds. That's a nice way to finish your season right there. And a high five to his coach Gabriel Girard. Tanner with a high five with Coach Mitch Whitmore. Another nice battle there. Congratulations, Tobon. Just a very well executed race. Like I've been saying, that takes experience, that takes good coaching to kind of dial in that race and execute it the way that it needs to be done. So nice work there, gentlemen. So pair 23, Ethan Seprin with a personal best of 145.40 on the inner here. On the outer, Emery Lehman, personal best of 143.41. Emery with the 3rd fastest personal best out of the group. A contender on the international level in the 1500 meter. Also a world record holder in the team pursuit. World Cup champion this year in the team pursuit, going against his teammate who's also the World Cup champion in the team pursuit, Ethan Seprin. 24.26 for Emery. 25.0 for Ethan. Really enjoy watching both of these guys skate. Ethan's made great progress. This technique. It's cool that he joined us on the live stream yesterday for a while. Emery Lehman, 25.5. Very nice. Now let's string together another lap here. 6.3 for Ethan Seprin. Both these guys are probably going to have pretty even race profiles compared to what you would see from a true sprinter. So we're going to see some more even lap times here than we will the guys coming from the sprint end. And 26.3. Less than a second drop for Emery. And Ethan, 26.8. That's only a half a second drop. Emery coming through with a 143.83. Ethan Seprin, 146.05. 2 legit times. That is really nice. That's impressive. That's a mental feat there, I think, as well. To come back after a World Championships, the high of what that is, what you've been working for all year, and to still come out at an AmCup where you, in your position in your career, doesn't have as much to lose or to gain out of this race, but to just go out there and skate for the love of skating and competing and put out a time like that, that's impressive from both men. So, okay, our final pair, Jordan Stolz on the outer, Augie Herman on the inner. Jordan has the 2nd fastest PB and is also our current world champion in both the senior and junior division. Time of 143.16 as a PB. Augie Herman Gold medalist team sprint junior worlds, time of 1:48:30. And I know Jordan is shooting for the world record juniors, which is a 1:43:13 by Alan Johansson from Norway. And just to give you some perspective, Alan opened in a 24:58 for his world record. So Jordan right now is 1.5 seconds ahead of that. But Alan also skated some really even laps for his junior world time. And I gotta say, it's cool to see Jordan out here as well, racing when he's already come off the world championships. And 24:87. So he is well under the world record right now. So the world record split at this point was a 1:16:30. He is 2.2 seconds ahead of that. What does he have in this last lap? 6.2 for the second lap there. Augie Herman with a 7.8. Will he do it? He is on a great one, and yes, he is going to break the junior world record. 1:42:26. Mission accomplished. Very well done, Jordan. Another junior world record. Augie Herman with a 1:48:91. Also a solid race by Augie. All right, up next now we're going to have two mass start races. And that will conclude our AmCup season. So let me find out when our restart time is. Just waiting for that. Oh, sorry. No, we have the Champions Challenge coming up. I forgot. A few more 1500s here. Let me see here. Let me bring this up. So, Champions Challenge, we have 5 pairs coming up yet. And then we'll take our break for the 2 mass starts. Okay, so up next, pair 1, we'll have Mariana Pineda from Colombia and Ezra Mangum. from USA. Hopefully we'll be getting going here soon. Neither of these athletes have personal bests listed on speed skating results, so this may be their first go at it. (42:22). Get on those blocks. (44:29) for Marina. Ezra coming through here in a 57:72. Marina here coming up to bell lap, trying to establish her personal best. And here comes Ezra. There we go. Keep that sit. Taking in some cheers from friends and family, hopefully. See her looking to the outside of the track. 2:54:65. Final lap, 48:19. It's great that she can establish that personal here and give her something to shoot for next season. And Esra here finishing on the inner. A little wide there. Let's have a good, strong finish. Keep that sit. Keep those pushes to the side. And through in a 3:37:19. 58:59 on that last lap. '97. And Nicholas through 34.94. Tristan 35.23. $44.47 for Tristan, $47.40 for Nicholas. And coming up now to their bell lap. Keeping a good sit here. Very nicely done. Those pushes to the side, keeping that good position. Nice job, Tristan. 47.21. Nicholas with a 47.90. And our final corner. Bringing it home strong. Looks strong there. Very nicely done. That's good. You see good length to the side with those pushes. Very nicely done. And finishes in a 2:52.67. Nicholas in a 2:57.45. Nice job for both skaters. Now on to pair three. Sky Thatcher and Emma DeBach. Sky with a personal of 2:46.05. Emma with a personal of 2:46.14. And here we are getting up to speed nicely. Through in 32.10. Scarlett Thatcher, 34.64. Now we just want to maintain that speed that we worked for. Be very efficient here and really want to apply ourselves these last 2 laps coming up. $37.85. Sky through at 43.16. Got both arms down now. Just going to make sure that that doesn't throw you forward or throw your weight off here. Looks like she's really building that outer nicely. Again, both arms down. And into that final lap, 40.74. Let's see how close she can keep that. And here comes Sky into her bell lap. 46.19 for her lap time. Sky. And Emma through in 2:31.99. Huge personal best there, 15 seconds. Great job, Emma. That's impressive. Sky going to be close to her PB, but just off. 2:47.57. Hey, we have 2 more pairs to go in this 1,500 meter. And then we're going to be on to our elimination mass start for both men and women. So pair 4 here on the inner, Anders Ord, a youth B with a personal best of 2:40.28. On the outer, Sebastian Epperson, 2:44.58 for their personal best. And down the front stretch. Again, we're getting to our race pace here by now. Should be pretty settled in. Let's just be as technical and as efficient as possible now. Good rhythm there. And into our critical second lap here, 2 to go. Sebastian through 39.57 for a lap time. Anders with a 41.52. Right now, Sebastian is 1.7 behind Emma. So pretty close to her pace. He's maintaining his speed pretty well. Taking his time, getting a good line with each push, getting that body weight into the push. And coming through into the bell lap, 41.28 for that lap time. Now 2.3 behind Emma. Anders with a 42.72, about 7 seconds behind the leader at this point, but really with a nice build there. Really putting pressure into the ice is Anders right now. Same with Sebastian. Looking like both guys are going to have strong finishes. Still building there. Very nicely done. Where are we going to end up here? Very close. 2:32.28. Just 0.2 seconds off the lead. And a good finish here by Anders as well. 41.97. 2:39.99. Personal best for both skaters. Very well done. Final pair now in the Champions Challenge, pair number 5, Kyler DeGroot, a C1 junior with a personal best of 2:21.18 on the inside lane, and James Bradshaw, a B2 junior on the outer lane with a personal best of 2:32.51. And Kyler through 29.76. James Bradshaw 30.37. Both skaters well ahead of the leader at this point. $33.89 for Kyler, $34.76. Both well ahead of the leader now. Kyler 6 seconds ahead. James 4.8 seconds ahead. These guys maintain. Looks like they'll be 1 and 2 in the Champions Challenge. Coming into our bell lap. Now it's time to make sure we maintain that position. 36.4 for Kyler, 37.4 for James. Both well under the leader right now. Let's see if we can get some personal bests. James is well out in front of his personal for sure. Personal 2:32.51. Kyler 2:21.18. Let's see if we can get that. Looks like maybe both are going to be well under actually. Kyler coming through 2:17.10. That's a 4-second personal. And James Bradshaw 2:21.32. An 11-second personal best. Excellent work from these gentlemen. See if we can't get a high five here for James. Oh, camera's on the other guy. But great skate, both guys. Huge personals. Now we're going to go into our break and set up for our elimination mass start. Or do we have a reskate? No, I don't think so. Let's find out when our restart is. Just heard 143 new personal bests for athletes this weekend. I believe it's about a 20-minute break here, but just want to make sure I get the exact time down. Got our helpers out there, our volunteers. Heck, I think those guys just raced, actually. That's pretty cool. I don't know if I'd have it in me to be picking up blocks after that. Camera girl's doing great. Oh, we're doing great. She's got the rhythm down now, yeah. It takes a little getting used to. Go see if I can find that restart time, and I'll be right back. Okay, so I think I unmuted myself there finally. We're just a couple minutes behind here. I think I was just trying to say it's kind of a new format for most of the officials and volunteers. So we're just trying to set up, make sure that we have this thing done correctly. I think the idea here behind an elimination mass start is essentially the person in last place is eliminated from the race. So there's a couple of tricky things that go on during the course of the race that make it difficult to do. We have officials up on the timing deck that will look at the transponder data from the transponders they're wearing around their ankles. We also have photo finish, but we have a spotter up here on the deck that will announce that down to the infield, and Derek Para, who also has a PA mic, and we'll try to alert them if they're in the last place position and then need to exit the race. So for the women's race, I believe we have 11 competitors. So they're actually going to do 10 laps. And what's a little bit different this year is we're going to go down till there's 4 competitors left, and then there's going to be 2 laps to go. So when we get to 4 people left, then it's 2 laps to go, and wherever you finish in that order, that's your finish and ranking for the mass start. Same with when you're eliminated, that's wherever you're eliminated, that's your ranking. So unlike our traditional mass starts, there's no sprint points involved here. Your only goal is to just not be in last. Similar to our regular mass starts, the first lap will be a free lap, and you don't need to worry about being eliminated in that very first lap. So it looks like, see a couple of athletes scrambling. Yep, looks like they forgot their transponders. You have to have your transponders for the mass start, especially this one where we're using that data to decide who's in last place. So it's really difficult that we're not just doing it by spotting it, but using the actual data from the transponder system. We do have photo finish that can help identify that, but that takes just a second to analyze as well. So the transponders are actually a little bit more instantaneous, and then we follow up and verify it with the photo finish. And then our officials up on the timing deck relay that out to Derek Para, who will announce who's out. And then hopefully the athlete can actually hear who is out. So it looks like maybe we lost some competitors. So I see 8 on the lap counter right now. So we'll see if we can get this right. Either way, it'll be exciting. It keeps the pace going because, like I said, you don't want to be in last. So those in the back are going to keep pushing those in the front. And you almost have a little bit of a sprint each time you come around to make sure that you're not in last place. It's a really fun format, in my opinion. I'd like to see, maybe even on an international scene someday. But like I said, it's new, at least in our world. I know, that they do a lot in track cycling or inline skating does it. So trying to make sure that we can correctly identify that person is something that we kind of want to work out, make sure we know who's in last and can confidently say that. I know in previous ones that we've done, we've had a crash or something too, so it got confusing. You, you know, some of the people that were not in last were unfortunately called out of the race because the officials didn't notice the crash or identify that as the last place person. So there's been a couple of mistakes in the past. Um, we thought about using this format at least in part for some of our selection criteria this year, but figured we needed to get the bugs worked out first before we start using this as a potential selection format. Um, one of the good things about this format is it keeps the pace going. That's one of the strong ideas behind using this. Is yes, while it's not exactly like a normal mass start, it keeps the pace going and hopefully brings us closer to what the athletes are going to face on the international circuit, at least physiologically and having to go that pace. The cons are is yeah, it's not like an international mass start where there's preem points or sprint points. So tactically, it's definitely a little bit different as well. So that's the trade-off with doing it this format. I think if we were to use it going forward, it would only be part of a selection process, and I think the majority of the selection would be the standard traditional format. But hopefully, we can get the bugs worked out here and have some good races going forward with this different format. So skaters are coming to the line now. Like I said, this first lap, it's like a lap in 50 meters. They start at the 1,000-meter finish, and it's actually the finish is actually at the final. It also looks like we've got a cone on the ice. You just see if they can get that out of the way. All right, trying to get a cone removed off the ice. That's a little bit different. So we got it out of the way now. And we're off. So safety lap here. So after this lap now, if you're in last, you're out of the race. So you can see they're picking it up, trying to jostle for position already. No one wants to get stuck in that last place position, and certainly a different aspect that maybe a lot of the ice speed skaters aren't used to. Whoa, someone there. I think that was Thalia stumbling there a bit. See if she can get past here so she's not in last. And will she sneak by? It looks like she did. So it looks like the Mongolian skater 310, should be out at this point. So she needs to get out of the race. And like I said, well, okay, so we've already got a problem here. I don't think she understands English or speaks English, so she is supposed to be out, but she is not. But this should also take out number 306. 306 is out. So let's see if we can get the Mongolian skater out here too. There's one of the things that you're not expecting, that someone doesn't speak English. So, and it is 304, I think. Marley Soldan out there, I believe. So Marley should be out. So we don't count her, which is 304. Now Libby should be out. So 305 should be out. .310 and 304 should be out. Well, live and learn here. So we should be coming up on 1 to go now. And basically, our race finish here at this point is going to be first, second, third, and fourth. So even though Marley is already eliminated, technically, she's still going. Yep, nobody's out at this point. We're not eliminating anymore. So this will be our race finish. I could see Derek Parr on the backstretch trying desperately to call them out, and they are not listening. So a nice win. Sarah Warren with the win. Marley Soldan is out, unfortunately. Thalia Staley is technically second then. 3:08, the Colombian. I'm not sure which one that is, but I think we'll just go according to where they stop then after that. And there's those that were eliminated. Trying to figure out what the heck happened. All right, we got one under our belt. Maybe we'll have a little bit of a smoother go with the men here. Nice job to Sarah Warren, winning the elimination mass start. Thanks to our volunteers. Thanks, Derek, for doing your very best on that backstretch. Trying desperately to get the athletes out.
Did 307 and 304 get mixed up?
Well, 304, Marley was out early.
Okay, I know she was. So
Yeah.
307 just quit on her own.
I think so. All right, the men here, probably about 5 minutes till we get going with them. But you could see the different dynamics there tactically with that race. Like you can see Marley Soldan ends up in a way second place, but was eliminated early on and didn't realize it. So tactically, you got to be sharp there to make sure you're not in that last place position. And it can be tricky. It seems like people, when they sneak up on the outside and you're on the inside, you can get snaked there. So here we are with the men. They are getting their helmet covers on. Last minute safety checks. You can see Brian Crutchman, one of our referees there, trying to scan, make sure everyone has their safety gloves on, their neck guards zipped up, ankle protection on, helmets on. That's usually a pretty easy one to spot. Looks like we have 10 skaters this time, so it'll be a 9-lap race. Kudos to our lap counter. I've got to say, it's more difficult to lap count than you actually would ever realize, especially for those quads. Oh my goodness. It's really difficult to kind of keep track of and make sure you're sending the right lap count to the right person, especially when on the same straightaway. It can be confusing for both the counter and the athlete. And you always hate it when that gets messed up. And it does seem like people understood that it's 4 to go, at least somewhat there. Or with 2 to go, it's the last 4 competitors, I mean. I was a little worried that not everyone was aware of that, but hopefully they're coaches and they read the rules and knew what was going down. I think probably the referees are just explaining that now of how that works. Free safety lap. No one's eliminated in the first lap. Stay together. You are allowed to do some passing, but there's no aggressive attacks in the first lap. I know internationally we had a few questionable ones there where people were getting after it and getting some gaps in the first lap, which I think put the referees in an uncomfortable position of how fast is too fast and how much of a lead are you allowed to have, if any. No one was disqualified or no races were brought back, but there was certainly some discussion on the international circuit about those first laps and what was going on. But good to see the refs explaining as well. Probably with 2 to go, it's the last 4. Probably I see Derek Parra down there as well. Probably also explaining, hey, I'm going to call your name and number, and you need to get out and come to the coach's box. Hopefully, everyone here speaks English well enough to understand what he's saying. Or else we need to figure out a different method, maybe even a sign or something with a lap with your helmet number or something like that, so you can actually see your helmet number. Hopefully, you remember what it is, and then you can just see that sign come up and say, "Oh, that's me. I got to get out of here." Versus an audible message. Looks like some of the athletes have some questions too, so good to get everyone squared away here, at least at first, and so we can have a good tactical, clean race. All right, looks like we're getting set now, starting to spread out. Announcer will
Yeah, this will be good for next time I do this.
turn that up. I think you can see our house announcer. Oh, there we go. An Olive Garden buzzer. There's an idea. Helmets light up and vibrate when you're eliminated. That's an interesting idea. Thanks, Charles. The thing with the mass start here is you cannot get a false start. If you get a false start, you are out. I think the starters realize that too and kind of shoot the gun a little faster than they do on the traditional hold for the mass or for time trial events, just to make sure they don't want to call anyone out either. Oh, oh, someone's down. Okay. That's unfortunate. Let's see if they can get back up in time. Looks like the group's going pretty slow. Hopefully they can catch up here, but that's going to be really tough to not be the last man out after a crash. Oh, that's too bad. First corner. First corner. What a bummer. Yeah, that's going to be tough to catch. And someone's pushing the pace now a little bit. So more than likely they'll be the first person out. Ah, that's too bad. Yep, so it is going to be skater 410 from Midway. Unfortunately, crashed and they're out of the race. That's a short one, dang it. Okay, next elimination here now with the pack. Let's see what we get. It's looking like skater 409 from Midway will be out. Yep, they're out, and looks like they realize that, so he stood up. And here comes the push again to not be in last. Got Tommy Fitzgerald on the outside there, making sure it's not him. And ooh, that's tight. I think it might be the Colorado skater, 407. 406 out. Okay. 406 is out. And 407 out there. Oops. Sorry, I forgot the camera. Oh. Supposed to go to the coach's box when you're eliminated, but Max Weber in the chat calling the win for Zach. All right. Let's see, man. He needs to be in the top 4 here. With coming up with 2 to go. It looks like he's fading, Max. Think your dreams may have been crushed. Oh, a little contact there. We'll see. Okay. So looking like Zach's going to be out here. And now we're on 2 to go with these final 4. So at this point, there's no more eliminations. It's just how they come across the line with this final group of 4. That's Tommy Fitzgerald out there in front, Aiden Meacham in second, Eder in third, and Guzman in fourth. And into our final sprint, last lap. Whoa. Uh-oh. Is that Eder? Eder coming by. Eder. Nice break from Eder. Tommy giving chase, but it's not going to be enough. So we are going Eder for first, Tommy second, Aiden third, and Sebastian Guzman in fourth. Oh, I think that was on purpose, I think. Time to rest. Well, that concludes our AmCup Final. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in and a great season. Good luck to those that are going up to the Calgary finale. Good luck up there. Hopefully, you can end your season well. If this was your last race of the year, appreciate you guys coming out. Thanks to all the volunteers and officials here that made this event happen. We don't have this kind of event without all of you guys. So, and also thanks for the support and the online viewership and chat. Really, really appreciate it. So until next year, at least for long track, I have a great off season. I do know there's going to be short track age group nationals. I think they're going to stream that as well. So tune into that as well if you can. That's all for now. Thanks, guys.